Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us in today's regular Board of Supervisors meeting for December 12th, 2013. Thank you very much. There you go. All right, thank you very much. I call to order at 9:01. Pledge allegiance. Supervisor Bertello, will you please lead us?
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor Bertello.
You're welcome.
Could I have acknowledged certificate of posting?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. The board will now go to closed session. County Council?
Closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, subdivisions A and D1 of section 54956.99, name of case Rose et al. Versus County of San Benito, Superior Court of California, County of San Benito, case number CU 17-00151.
Okay, we will now go to, anyone from the public? That we will now go to closed session. County Council?
No reportable action.
Thank you. Now we go to presentations and recognitions. First one is present certificate of recognition to Matt Granger. Is Matt here?
No, but I can come up and accept it.
You will accept it?
Yeah.
Okay, let me rewind that again. This is for Matt, in behalf of the Board of Supervisors and the community, would like to appreciate and congratulate Matt for working over 8 years for San Benito County as County Council. And we do wish him the best and hope the best for him and his family. And this is a certificate or a small token of our appreciation for the service that he did to our community and to the members of the public. And on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I give this to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Board. I wanted to tell you that just a word of thanks to Matt. He's guided us through some significant legal situations over the last 8 years that he's been here. The Board knows those different issues that have presented itself to the Board. Measure J, which he had brilliant leadership, the Clear Creek, and the drastic budget cuts in our office. In all those situations, he presented great leadership in the office. He was always calm, pleasant, and led the office with his abilities. And we learned many things from him that I'm going to keep with me going forward. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, before it's too bad that Mr. Granger wasn't here, and I think some of us want to probably see him before he really goes off into retirement. But speaking from experience, that what the county council's office was before he arrived, we really needed a lot of help with that organization, and his guidance was really invaluable to us at a very critical time, and we're certainly going to miss him. I think he has built the organization and improved that department significantly, where he could step away from it and be very proud. And I hope you convey that from somebody that worked with him the whole time. Thank you.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Botello. Okay. Next certificate is to recognize Ms. Teresa. Is Teresa here?
She's here.
She's here. Teresa, how are you? How are you?
Good.
Actually, I see her brother, Gus. You want to come up here, Gus? Actually, this is a personal thing for me because my family and your family have been friends for a long time, and 36 years?
Actually, 38.
38 years?
Yes.
Wow. Well, yeah. Well, anyway, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we really want to recognize you for your great years, your contributions, working over 38 years for San Benito County and the Operations Department. I know you have your friend Yolanda and all the rest of the gangs here.
Yes.
And show support. That just tells you that what kind of employee, what kind of coworker you were to that department. You were always up and running, doing things, and every time I come in and talk to you, you were always smiling, saying hi. And I also want to say hi to your family and to yourself,
you.
and Gus, good friend, and say, Merry Christmas, and thank you for serving us here at San Benito County.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Herman Fell, the director of CETA, who actually put me in the right direction, and also Rose Agbiani when she hired me at the district attorney's office back in 1979, and Mr. Miller when he hired me at probation in 1980. And I want to thank my current chief for all he's done for us at our department and all my coworkers. And thank you, and I really love working here. I was born and raised in Hollister, and I'm very honored to have worked for San Benito County. Thank you.
All right.
Last one. Jim, you want to come to the podium?
Wait a second. Second to the last one.
They said you missed one.
Huh?
They said you missed one.
I missed one? Oh,
That's what I like to hear.
Okay.
I think this is a perfect fitting in light of today's holidays, especially during the Christmas time. Anytime we walk out in the community, or at the store, we always see members of our community, like the homeless, in need of a simple hand. And this is a golden opportunity to recognize those contributions and efforts that the Board of Supervisors, the Hollister City Council, soon, and our staff, Jim, and all your staff, and everyone else that I probably can't even remember, too many people to remember, that really helped out and create the Home Resource Center, a shelter facility that can provide assistance to our members of our community, especially the homeless. And for that, Jim, we congratulate your department and yourself for doing a good job moving this issue forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I cannot leave the podium without, and I'll be just like Supervisor De La Cruz. I can't name everyone, but there's been people who have come to the table every month over the last 3.5 years who have helped us in this process and have helped us think this through, and I think have helped us bring together a service that this community can be proud of for years to come. And so we thank you on behalf of everyone.
Thank you, Jim. And then the last item, we got Supervisor Botello making a swearing in.
Well, I'll invite Will to come to the podium, and I don't know if his mom and dad want to join us up here for this ceremony. I think they should. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, Will, one of the neat things about being a supervisor is that I have the honor and privilege to swear in, a special person to a special position, and it's really meaningful to me in the fact that I've watched you growing up. This time of year, I always enjoy the Frazetta Christmas cards, and I think my wife has them all because they're very unique. Jamie does a great job with them, and seeing John is here supporting his brother as well with the ceremony. It kind of feels like a shipyard to my colleagues and I for lawyers today, where we earlier celebrated our county council retiring from a career of public service that was really meaningful to a lot of people and to the public. It was something that he should be very, very proud of. And now we're here to celebrate you starting on a journey. What you've accomplished passing the bar is just the beginning. It really is. And to share a few words of wisdom of what I kind of believe is what is very important to be a contributing citizen and special in a community, there's 3 things you need to have. First thing, you need your health. And you're a young, vibrant man, and you have everything to look forward to, but your health is fleeting, and it's your God-given responsibility to take care of it. Second thing that you should be very proud of is your background with education. You graduated from Tres Pinas Elementary School, which I think my colleague was on the board when these young men were going through, John and Will.
With his dad.
I think,
with his dad.
Yeah. I think Supervisor Munzer deserves a lot of credit.
We shall see.
You went to Samuel High School, went to Gavilan College here locally, and we sometimes put down some of these institutions. I don't think we should. You could accomplish a lot just going through our education system with the support of your parents. And the last thing that you have to have, which you've proven this by passing the bar and getting to where you're at right now, is your drive, your personal drive to accomplish things. And what's going to be important, whether you work in the private sector or in the public sector, those are choices that you have, and the door's wide open. Success is not measured by the 10-minute increments that lawyers often use for billing. Success is measured with the words that is in your oath. And I know that you'll be successful in everything that you do. So with that, I'm going to read your oath, let you say a few words, and then you'll be an official lawyer. Will you raise your right hand for me, please? I, William Peter Frazetta, solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
And that I will faithfully discharge the duties of an attorney and counselor at law.
And that I will faithfully discharge the duties as an attorney and counselor at law.
To the best of my knowledge and ability.
To the best of my knowledge and ability.
As an officer of the court.
I
will strive to conduct myself at all times. With dignity, courtesy, and integrity. Congratulations, William Peter Frazetta. You're a new lawyer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I may briefly say a few words, I want to thank all my family and friends for coming here today, for seeing this. This is, of course, an important moment for me. And to the Board of Supervisors as well for taking the time to do this. Not very many people have the opportunity to be sworn in front of the Board of Supervisors. All of you are very important to me, also being born and raised in San Benito County. And as Anthony Botello mentioned, I'd like to thank the institutions of education of San Benito County. I went to preschool here at Methodist Church. I went to Tres Pinos Elementary, San Benito High School, Gavilan College, in which the little satellite here in town was particularly important because we live in South County, and of course the library. Being able to read and have that opportunity is very important for setting up the foundation for this sort of education. So thank you very much to everybody.
Great. Thank you. Yeah. It's invalid. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, by the way, you're looking for a job? Do we have a vacancy in our...
I asked them.
Thank you. All right, let's move on. Public comment is an opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. No action may be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 54954-2. Do you have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Julie Vieira.
Good morning. After that last presentation, I feel old, Anthony. Oh, my goodness.
Both of us.
I would just like to remind everyone that Saturday is the Wreaths Across America That is where we honor our veterans at the Hillcrest Cemetery, which is Calvary Cemetery. We put a wreath at their headstones, and there is a ceremony. So I would like to invite not only the supervisors, but the community to take part in honoring our veterans from our county. And we have over 250 wreaths to lay that morning, so we can use all the help that we can get. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the speaker cards.
All the speaker cards? Okay. Oh, Valerie?
Good morning, Board. Thank you for the opportunity of public comment. At the November 21st Board meeting, I presented the parks locator card, and I ran out of time to say that we are actively seeking funding for mailing these cards and getting them printed to send out to all the residents in San Benito County. So at the Intergovernmental Committee, I was encouraged to bring it to the Board of Supervisors to request funding for especially those zip codes outside of the cities, Hollister and San Juan Bautista. And those zip codes would be for Aromas, Paisinas, Tres Pinas. And combined, that's 2,400 residences, and I have the cost budget for that printing and mailing if the board so desires. Should the board wish to order extra cards, we can order those at volume discount at 17 cents a piece, just in case. The city of Hollister will consider zip codes in their area, and San Juan will consider their zip code before the end of the year. However, there may be some discussion over the appropriateness of including areas that are developments outside the city limits, where the county and the city are, share borders, and yet the zip code covers into the county. So that resulting cost should be covered by somebody. So I'm hoping that either the Hollister City or the San Juan will cover areas that overlap into the county. If not, then I'll bring that back to the board. We are adding logos for San Juan Bautista, Hollister, and San Benito County at the bottom. Unfortunately, we cannot separate the logos for the printing, but we can add website information. The San Benito Parks Foundation, called REACH, is here to serve the whole county with all things parks. And just for our Christmas present, I'm going to show you. This is Benny Benitoite. He is the mascot for All Parks San Benito, and we are offering those soon through our website. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Valerie. Supervisor Munzer?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would request that this would be re-agendized so we can have time to discuss whether we support the...
Perfect. Okay. Sounds good. Any other speaker cards? No. Okay. We're done. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to department head announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have a few announcements. We have Joe Paul Gonzalez, our auditor controller here. He's going to go ahead and give you a quick, brief update.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Today, before you in my capacity as Registrar of Voters, just wanted to inform the Board that election law requires the Registrar of each county to ensure that the voter rolls have been appropriately maintained. And so one of the things that happens is that under the alternative residency confirmation process, we send out postcards to the voters who have been inactive. We have an inactive roster, and we send postcards to the last known address. And if those postcards are returned, basically there's 2 questions on that postcard that says, do we have the correct address? And if it's not the correct address, to complete the correct address. In most cases, those cards are returned to our office by someone other than the voter. In other words, the voter is moved, and so the person who now resides at that residence will fill out the card. And that's great. We encourage that because, we have better information about, the voters who really are the voters in San Benito County. And so what happens is that if we do not receive a card back from the voter, because they have been on the inactive roll, the voter is not going to be canceled until the 4 years from now. So, so that's the extent of the announcement. I just wanted to make sure that in case people are wondering what happened, why are they receiving this card, that's the purpose of that card. And it was sent out to 6,210 inactive voters. Okay, thank you.
We also have another announcement from COG. We have Mary Gilbert, our director from COG.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to announce to you that the San Benito County Regional Transportation Plan is now available for public comment. Public comment period opened on December 4th and will be going through February 5th. The RTP is our long-range planning document for transportation in San Benito County, and it helps us guide our investments for projects through the year 2040. So I just wanted to announce that and also let you know that the Council of Governments, who's the lead on the regional plan, will be holding a public hearing on January 18th at 3:00 p.m. here at the Board of Supervisors chambers. And the draft is available online on our website, sanbenitocog.org. And it's also available in hard copy at the public libraries in Hollister and San Juan Bautista. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary. Yes, we have another one from our RMA department. We have John Gerton, our new RMA director, here to give a quick brief.
Morning, board. So hopefully soon Ray will stop calling me the new director. Feels like I've been here for a long time. So I have a couple issues to update you on. I wanted to thank Supervisor Medina for raising some questions about the marijuana personal cultivation ordinance that you all adopted at the last board. As part of that was registration for folks who want to cultivate personal marijuana. We're working on the registration forms for that. We're working with council and with the sheriff's office. And by next week, we'll have a form for people in the public to fill out. We'll be posting that on our website and on the county's main website, and if the sheriff would like, also on the sheriff's website. And that'll be along with instructions and FAQs about the ordinance and how the ordinance will be enforced and how people can function within the regulations of that ordinance. So that'll all be forthcoming hopefully next week. Then let's see if I can figure this out. So this is an example of why directors should not do their own PowerPoints. So I just wanted to give you a quick update on the levee. As you can see, this is pictures of Site 1, which is the site on Dara Farms. That was officially completed yesterday, I'm happy to say. So these are pictures of the new levee. They're not very exciting. The last thing to do on this one is to do some erosion control. So we'll have to get another contractor out there to do some hydroseeding, mulching, that type of thing, so that we can make sure that the levee that's there now stays there. So that's the first one. That was the smaller of the two breaches that we were working on. So Site 2 is the larger one. The picture on the left there, you can see that's what the site looked like a few weeks ago when we got the granite rock out there to do the work. You can see it's a fairly large opening. It's over 100-foot opening in that levee breach. A lot of water, a lot of scour. So the first work to go in and do was to build a temporary berm, a cutoff berm, so that they could re-divert the water and then do the dewatering there. You can see they're doing the dewatering, and that was all necessary so that they could get in and dry out the scour area and then fill in the scour area. And there were a lot more pictures, but this is just a quick update. So on the left there, you can see that's the work that's going on to fill the scour. It was a fairly large scour area that needed to be filled first, and then build up the base underneath where the levee's going to go. And then the picture on the right is actually the base being completed. You can see on the right side of that picture, they're still doing some work on the scour area. And then the red lines there, if you can make those out, that's where the keyway will go, which will provide the base for the levee, and that's ready to be excavated and the concrete to be poured in, hopefully in the next couple of days. And we're looking at, assuming everything goes as planned, we're looking at finishing this up early next week. Fortunately, the weather is cooperating with us. Last I heard this morning, there's no potential rain forecast until the 21st, and this should be done well in advance of that. So Granite Rock's doing great work for us out there, and hopefully at the next board meeting I can come back and show you prettier pictures with actual completed levee with some erosion control done. So any questions?
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, early Christmas present.
Thank you, John.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, John.
Right.
So we have another announcement out of our Health and Human Services Department. Jim Riding Sword, he's going to give a quick brief on his location of his offices.
Let's see here. So, first of all, I wanted to bring up our website because we've made some changes to it that we hope that will help people to navigate and get better. What you'll see is that we have put in moving banners where we can announce events and things that are going on. So if you click through the banner, it will take you to a description of what we're doing and where things are and things like that. And then what we've been working on is there's a section here on our page called Contacts. and we've been discussing this last week, and I think we're kind of agreed that what we'll do is change this to find an HHSA office. So when you click on this, it will take you to a page that looks something like this, and then what we'll add to this page for each office, for each function, is maps and office hours and phone numbers and fax numbers and those kinds of things. And then what we're kind of looking at is creating maps like this where we can provide these to governmental offices that will show directions, services, office hours, and so forth for each of our offices. And so we will be able to make these available both on the site and for any office that would like to have a copy of these files in order to print off for public that might come into their office saying, where is HHSA? So just wanted to update you on those things, and we are very proud of our website. We worked very hard on getting it there, and we're getting really positive feedback from other counties saying, the San Benito County website and the HHS website are easy to get to and easy to get around on. I looked yesterday. We're averaging 4,000 visitors a month, and of those, they're coming back for over 20,000 visits during the month. So we just wanted to update the board on those issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One more quick announcement from administration. I had the privilege to be able to attend CSAC a little bit ago, and out of that, I just wanted to glean one item for your board. Has to do with cannabis and financing of cannabis. There's obviously differences in federal and state laws, and there's been a lot of agencies that have had some concerns about how to handle cash, and CSAC is creating a JPA to be able to finance JPA to be able to handle that for counties. So if and when the board chooses to move in that direction in 2018, there is going to be a vehicle in which we can go ahead and move forward with dealing with financing on that. Just want to make sure the board is aware of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all the announcements.
Thank you. All right, Supervisor Medina.
Yes, I have a couple things. Army Director. I'm not going to call you the new. I want to start off by thanking you first for fixing the levee, which happens to reside in my district. It was a uphill battle, and Kevin O'Neill back there. Thank you also for all the times we spent in January and February trying to put a Band-Aid through it in the beginning. But I do thank you for that. Also for working on the registration for the cannabis. I know that was something where I want to make sure when we come into January 1st of 2018, we have something behind it, so people will understand that 6 or less, they have to register. Also, the bad part now is Felon Road. I receive phone calls upon phone calls, and I know you have received some emails from some of my constituents. I just want to see where you stand, and is there a plan in place, or what are we doing to proceed any further?
Right. So we're, as you know, we had our senior engineer left, and so a lot of the projects that he was working on, including this one, sat for a little while. We have contract engineers in the office now. I went out last week with Jack Walker, one of our contract engineers. He's looked at the site. One of the things that we're going to address as quickly as possible is the damage to the guardrail that's there on the intersection. And then he's going to put together some options for us for some interim safety measures and to take care of some of the issues, let people know about the safety issues on that intersection. And then we'll do a study and put together options for fixing that intersection permanently. But any fix that we do permanently there, if we do signalization, something like that, that will take time. There will be right-of-way acquisition, and so that we can realign the intersection so that it works properly. So those things take time. That's why we want to put together an interim solution first.
Okay, and, I know you're new to the position here, but this isn't something that is new. This has been going on for almost a decade. So when we talk about time has expired. I mean, we need to move on this. To me, once again, we started this in February, and I know people left. There's new people in the game, but we need to show some type of urgency on this and not just let it erode into or move into something else like it has in the past decade. So
Right.
Please take a lot of attention to it.
Sure. Yeah, this is a priority for us.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Rios?
I have nothing on this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Patello?
Yes, I attended a rural county representatives of California meeting last week, and I'm pleased to announce to our board, to our county, that Ana Caballero is going to receive a Rural Leadership Award. in January of 2018, from the RCRC, and that is a real big deal to us. I can't be more proud of our assembly member that represents us getting this award. You know, RCRC, for the most part, is a pretty conservative group. It represents a lot of the counties up through the Sierras and through, you know, the central California areas. And, you know, our representative is, you know, a Democrat. But it just shows the quality of representation that we have with Anna, that she represents everybody. And she represents the interests of, you know, California. And so how she won this was, you know, really on 4 points, was her opposition to, which I think was a very important assembly bill to us, was 1250, which would have been restrictions of personal service contracts by counties. And as we just heard from our RMA director, that would really hurt some of our, you know, local projects. And she stood up and opposed that, and RCRC was just tremendously pleased by that. And she also opposed a bill that RCRC was in opposition, Senate Bill 649, which would have amended the existing law that wireless telecommunications facilities is subject, would have changed it being subject to the city's or county's discretionary permitting. And, you know, that meant a lot to us. And the last bill that she helped us with, RCRC supported Bill 577, which secured more equitable definition for disadvantaged communities, which mean, and you know, we certainly recognize her continued work for rural economic development, and particularly in broadband deployment, which I think our county is trying to work with. But so I was really happy to see that she won this. Means a lot to our district, and I want to congratulate her. At the meeting, we also allocated some monies for a grant for foster programs that allows for kids that are in the foster program to receive a computer. Kids that are between the ages of 16 to 18 years old. And, you know, we talked about a little earlier with the swearing-in ceremony I was part of, the importance of education and access. And if these young people that really aren't in solid home settings don't have the opportunity to a computer, it's hard to do your job searches, further your education, and so forth. And so RCRC allocated enough money to, in this age group, to all the rural counties. And I think we have about a dozen individuals that would qualify for this in our county, and so I'm pretty excited about that as well. I do want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. This is our last board meeting. It's been real exciting in 2017. Our staff worked really hard, had some very interesting challenges, and I certainly hope everybody has a safe and happy holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Vitello. Supervisor Munzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo Supervisor Vitello's wish for everyone to have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a safe holiday. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Rivas?
Yeah. I as well don't have any announcements, but I certainly want to wish everyone happy holidays and safe and exciting new year. And I've had the, I think that we've had a productive year. And so I want to thank, I know the thank yous will be in order in our next meeting, but our chairman, you've done a good job. And so thanks for your direction this year.
Thank you, Supervisor Rivas, for your kind words. Mine, I also attended the CSAC conference, and there were some interesting items that we talked about. And one of the items that we talked about was about a thing called Vote Center. And as soon as I attended that session, I called Joe Poe and I says, Joe, I hope we're not in this concept. And Joe says, no, we're not in it. And apparently what it was is that a vote center basically means you get rid of all these small precinct centers and you centralize them. It becomes like a super center, and then everyone goes there and vote. I am of the position that when I was young, I started to vote when I was young because my dad took me to the voting polls. And one of the things that I used to look forward to when it came voting is that you could always get a donut and a coffee while your dad is voting. And so I like that, going to the garage to go vote. You have the senior citizens there chit-chatting with you. I enjoy that. That's something that's an American tradition, American value that I just love. And for the state of California to say we're going to go to a vote center, I just have an issue with it. Maybe it's going to take a while for me. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned, but I just have some issues. But I do understand through Joe Paul, who's very informed on this issue, that there might be some benefits to it. So we'll wait and see. The other item that I attended was on Prop 64, which is the marijuana thing. And it's kind of interesting because, and I could be wrong. Help me out here, right? My understanding is if you don't have an ordinance in place, then monies out of Prop 64 cannot be used locally. That's my understanding. And it's unfortunately because the monies that will come to San Bernardino County, if there are any monies coming to San Bernardino County, will go directly to Jim's department. And the board of directors, the health department board of directors, will control and dictate how those monies are spent. And I know that those kind of monies we should really grab, we should really use. So I don't know how the board feels about on the marijuana issue, but just saying there are consequences. Whatever action we do, there's also a reaction to it. In another session, and by the way, on that meeting session too, Ray is correct that the CSAC is going to be trying to work on the cash flow for marijuana dispensaries. That's very important, that if CSAC does decide and move forward with it, then there are some opportunities or some financial vehicles in which you can help some of the marijuana businesses. Another meeting that I attended was discussion on SB1 repeal. I honestly thought SB1 was over. But unfortunately, there are members of our community that actually want to repeal SB1. And I'm looking at Mary, and I don't know if that's the right thing to do. You know, we kind of took our medicine about it. We had a couple members of our community say that it's a bad deal for us. SB1 is a bad deal. We're not getting enough money. But, you know, what's the old saying? You know, which will you take, a bird in your hand or two birds in the bushel? And I said, get the bird in the hand. So I don't know if I'm willing to support an appeal of SB1. I think that's kind of foolish, and I think it's wrong. I think we need to move forward on how we at the county can generate more revenue from other avenues or opportunities. I also attended another session on SB 1250, which Supervisor Botello was talking about, which is very important to RCRC. I'm so excited that actually RCRC does a lot of work, and sometimes more work than CSAC.
Sometimes.
But SB 1250, it's going to come back next year. There are members of the community in California that want to bring that back. And that, again, will hurt small counties like San Bernardino County. And the last session that I attended was discussion on in-home support services. I guess the governor and CSAC and RCRC and a lot of members of the community, including Ana Caballero too, played a big role in leaving the status quo as it is, and that is 2 years. Continue the funding at 2 years. And after the 2 years, then those dollars that the state provides to the San Bernardino County, we, the local jurisdictions, will backfill those dollars. So the discussion has now become at the CSAC level to see if the governor will continue to fund it, because for San Bernardino County, we're talking about $700,000 a year. That's a lot of money. We can fix a lot of potholes. We can hire 10 more employees that we need in our community. We can provide a lot of services to the community with that $700,000. If it doesn't happen in 2 years, then we're going to have to backfill those dollars. So that concludes my report. I really want to thank every single member of our board. Give me the opportunity to be your chairman for this year, for 2017. Thank you, Supervisor Rivas, Supervisor Munzer, Supervisor Botello, and Supervisor Medina. It was a pleasure. It was exciting. It was challenging at times. I learned a lot. But at the same time, we're here to serve the public. And I think we, as the five of us, we disagree on a lot of issues, but we agree on a lot of good issues too. We're all here to serve one common interest, and that's the public you. And for that, thank you and Merry Christmas. Now we'll go to consent. There's a request to pull item number 8, 9, 23, 26. Is there a motion to approve modified consent? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. Number 9, Supervisor Medina. Number 8, Supervisor Medina.
Yeah, number 8. Ray? Yeah, I just pulled this simply because of the expenditure of $26,000 for 8 people to head to Boston for some type of training. I wanted to go on record explaining what the training is, explain that there is an enrichment, what they will do when they come back, because to me, any expenditure we take, we need to make sure that it pays dividends in the future. So I wanted to let Ray explain what they're doing there.
Yeah, sure. So I think it might behoove us to actually go back a little bit in history. I'll spend a couple of minutes with regards to technology in our county. Beyond 11 years ago, there was no IT department. Your board looked at this and felt it important to bring in an IT department. With that, not having an IT department, there was no centralized databases, no networks to connect databases, existing databases. There was no shared ERP system. It was a flat file-based system, really kind of a QuickBooks on steroids kind of thing, which was really not what we needed and really what we should have for a county our size, and really looking at it from an organizational point of view. Quite a bit of departments make up their own organizations, so there's really a lot of businesses there, and we needed to have a strong presence in technology. At that time, we had a SunGuard system. Again, like I mentioned, it was flat file based, and it was installed with all the bells and whistles. Unfortunately, we didn't have the infrastructure in place to actually utilize those bells and whistles. That was the unfortunate thing, and there was a lot of money spent on that. With that being said, your board did move forward with bringing in an IT department, hiring me at that particular time. We went ahead and made some core infrastructure fixes. We installed fiber throughout the county, directional board fiber from department to department, to interlink the departments to utilize shared resources like databases and other things. One of the other things we were able to do is virtualize over 100 servers, created 2 network operating centers, created one Forest, one Active Directory, and also brought in a 5.9 line for internet access to make it much more faster internet within the county. And we're continually upgrading that. That's going to be upgraded to about 100 megabits with SIP technology for IP telephony in our county eventually. With that being said, the third phase of it was to address then the application layers, the back office, front office suites that were addressed, and in particular the ERP system. That's what we wanted to address since it was poorly installed and not really functioning the way we needed it to function. I think many of you probably remember in years past, we've actually had to do the budget out here in the boardroom on an easel with paper, and that was difficult because it was hard for leadership to actually make projections from your point of view as well as administration, because we didn't have a centralized database that we could access and extract information from. So your board did approve the concept of moving forward with technology and infusing more funding in technology. In years past, I can quote on 2/10/2015, on 2/18/2016, your board during these board retreats stated that you wanted to continue to infuse funding into technology as well as into training. And again, most of you are aware, with technology, things change. This is a phone at one time that most of you probably had. Now we have phones like this, and technology is continually changing, and the same thing with the ERP system. So with that being said, the the ERP system's always upgrading. The vendors are always continually updating them and adding more features. A lot of direction from counties, our county in particular. We go to these, attend these conferences, and we explain to them our inputs and change in law, CalPERS, ACAs, those types of things that come up, and we give our input and request them to change. And they make these changes, and that's a key time when folks will actually go through a training program and learn these updates. One of the items that we discussed with your board during these retreats and other board meetings was that we were going to be utilizing a kind of a champion model, a train the trainer kind of model. So these 8 folks, or most of these 8 folks, will be coming back to our county with training. We've done training at our IT center with the ERP system, and most of our folks in our county, in one way or another, touch the ERP system. Most people do timesheets now online, which is a component of the ERP system, and we have almost 100 strong users that actually use the system. So we need to continue to equip our employees and really be able to extract the most out of this system to better our community, as well as bettering our employees from an educational point of view on the system itself. So real quick, I just wanted to highlight, to answer the questions more directly to Supervisor Medina, is that the event will be we'll be providing training. There's about 1,000 classes that will be offered. And it's multifaceted from a technology point of view, a actual roadmap point of view on what direction this company is going to go. That's when the leaders need to be a part of it. What things that we could use in our community, in our county. Eagle is one that I think Joe Paul and I will be addressing and looking at. That deals with records, as well as hosted solutions for backup. And this is a crucial and key component to our operations, and we need to make sure that if there's a disaster or something's happening, that we have access to that information, even when that does happen, and that's what we're going to be addressing as well. So, in any case, that's from the leadership point of view. HR, analyzing the health of the workforce, making strategic decisions, working to integrate NeoGov. That's one of the missions I've asked HR to work on. Is we have 2 systems. One's NeoGov, and the ERP system is to integrate those so that there's one central input instead of having to do 2. So then they need to work with their team on their side and actually bring that back to our county. The technology part of it for those folks, they will be advancing their knowledge and also learning security aspects, which are very crucial and critical. So we don't have folks with access to certain things, and making sure that we have the proper setup with that. And then the accounting part, I think I'll invite Joe Paul to discuss that a little bit more, but there's obviously standards, GAP standards and other standards. So you need to keep abreast of and on top of, and dynamic reporting, and so on and so forth. So all of these things are critical. That we're requesting these people go to the trainings, go to the classes, go to the roadmaps and other functionalities of this, and bring this back to our county and train the rest of our county employees. Joe Paul, I don't know if you want to add anything further to that.
I'm fine. I've read his.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Supervisor Medina.
Move to approve.
Hold on, Supervisor Batal.
Yeah, I really appreciate the in-depth, detailed information, Ray. And, being here before we had this system, or before we had an IT department, it was impossible to keep track of. And the progress that we've made over the last, several years, and ERP system is something that is going to continue to evolve. And I think this is so important to send, the key personnel back to get information so they could and convey it to the rest of our staff and incorporate it throughout the county. We've seen just too much, and we still suffer the consequences of not having the system completely running throughout the whole county. And so Now, during the recession, we cut back on a lot of this training and exposure. And now we could get caught up on it, and so I'm completely supportive of this expenditure, and we're committed to this system to hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is nothing compared to what the investment that we've made. So, thank you.
Good point, Supervisor Patello. Open up to the public. Any speaker cards? None? Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Now I'll move to approve out-of-state travel for an informational technology ad hoc member, SBC file number 119.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Thank you. 5-0. Number 9, Supervisor Patello, your question?
I brought this out. We had the grand jury report, just very recently about our animal control services in the county. I think most of it kind of our response was that Hollister provides those services through our contract, but Supervisor Munzer and I attended a meeting with staff a few months ago with the Santa Cruz animal control people, and they got a real positive operation there, and having a mutual aid agreement, I think it's absolutely critical for a county of our size and a community that's small to work with the adjacent agencies in case of emergencies, and this is a good step. We see emergencies that are happening right now as we speak in other parts of California with the fires. We should be there for our neighbors, and our neighbors should be there for us if that ever arises here. So I just want to tip my hat to our staff for arranging this, and hopefully we could communicate with Hollister to kind of evaluate continue to evaluate our services, how we could always move to improve them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Open up to the public. Any speaker cards? No. Then I'll close it. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move to approve this agenda item.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Thank you. 5-0. Now we'll go to item number 23. Supervisor Patello, you're going to abstain from that?
I just want to abstain from 23.
Okay. You want to remove yourself from the...
Yes, and 26.
And 26, thank you. So 23 and 26, we'll approve them at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay. Does the board have any questions on 23 or 26?
None, Mr. Chair.
None? Let me open to the public. Anyone from the public? Chase? None? Close it. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for staff recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Thank you. You want to ask Supervisor Patello to come back to the meeting? Now we will go to public hearing.
Before the board is a First Amendment Development Agreement. As a way of background, the board approved the project in 2010 at 399 megawatts. That was reduced to, through amendment to the conditional use permit, to 247 megawatts in 2015. The First Amended Development Agreement allows for a smaller project to be potentially constructed that could potentially be reduced to 123 megawatts while still preserving the benefits for the county. I'm going to provide a summary of the benefits at this time. Section 2.1 provides specifics for the road repair of Little Pinoch Valley Road. That's on page 8 of the red line. Section 2.8 guarantees sales tax at $4.250 million. Section 2.8.2 indicates that there's a payment in lieu of taxes over $5 million over a 20-year period plus a construction period. And this amount is to compensate the county for the smaller, potentially smaller project. Those payments are to provide compensation to the county on land that would be otherwise exempt from property tax. And that was one of the benefits of the original development agreement. Also, there's a provision of $2.5 million to compensate the county for lost sales tax or potentially lost sales tax as a result of a smaller project. So if the project is constructed at greater than 123 megawatts, then the county would still receive this $2.5 million plus any additional sales tax that is from a larger project. The reduction in the project, to my understanding, is still contingent, but if it does go forward, it would allow greater environmental benefits for a smaller project in the valley while still maintaining the economic benefits to the county of the project that was originally, while still maintaining economic benefits to the county, even despite the reduction in project size. So I'm going to read the title of the ordinance for the record. It's an ordinance of the San Benito County Board of Supervisors approving a first amended development agreement with Panoche Valley Solar LLC regarding the Panoche Valley Solar Farm project. The board is asked to hold the public hearing, and then the motion is in the staff report would be accept introduction, waive further reading, and adopt the ordinance approving the first amended development agreement with Panoche Valley Solar. I'm available for any questions that the board may have.
Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Munster?
Barbara, this went before the Planning Commission?
Yes.
And what was their recommendation?
They did have a recommendation that they recommended that there be an additional clause that be added to the development agreement, adding an additional $1 million payment that would benefit nonprofits in existence in 2010, and that would be vested in the Community Foundation. As the board will note in the staff report, the staff's recommendation is to approve the agreement as it was presented to the Planning Commission without that additional change in light of the extensive negotiations that has been conducted with Panoche Valley Solar over now it's many months, and they have, and to go forward because that, they're not in agreement with adding $1 million extra to what they've presented in the first amended development agreement.
Mr. Chair, okay, Mr. Chair, I feel I'm very disappointed in Panoche Valley Solar LLC in their negotiations, in their dealings with the county. I feel they have not negotiated well with the county. Personally, I felt lied to by their executives, and I will make it known right now that I will, if I can, and if I don't get a second, I don't get a second, but I will make the motion to adopt this with the recommendation of the Planning Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Is there any other questions before I ask for a second?
Mr. Chairman, I think you got to technically get a second.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, I apologize. Is there a second?
No, I'm not making the motion because we got to go through the whole. Because this is a public hearing. You have to open it up to the public hearing. I'm saying if I can make the recommendation of the motion, so we have to open it up to the public hearing still.
Okay, so hold those thoughts for the moment, and I see what you're saying. Supervisor Botello?
Oh, so you withdrew the motion.
Well, I didn't make a motion. I said
until after we go public
after
hearing.
we go through the public hearing, if I have the opportunity, that is my recommendation.
There's nothing to do.
All right, let me open up public then. Anyone from the public? Okay, bring it back. Okay.
With that, then I will make a recommendation. I will make a motion to adopt this ordinance. Number, Chase?
965.
Thank you. With the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
With the recommendation. So staff's recommendation and then that section of the Planning Commission.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question prior to the vote?
I think you have to have a second.
Yeah, I got to have a second.
I'll second the motions for discussion.
Okay.
Supervisor, Supervisor Medina, thank you, Supervisor.
Well, we've been down this route for the last 3 to 4 months. You were involved in the negotiations, Supervisor Munzer. Now, my question to you would be, what substantiates this $1 million? What is your backing of it? What are you frustrated about?
I'm frustrated that Panoche Valley did not work towards hiring locally as it was worked out in the original development agreement. and that they just did not adhere to either the EIR or the development agreement, in my view.
And how many local people do they have?
I know of one.
I think it was 8%, right? Is
I've
what
heard
they
the number
reported.
8%.
So no one really knows what they have.
Well, that's what they reported is 8%.
Okay, thanks,
A lot
Robert.
of people there.
Okay, that concludes your
Yeah, it's
Supervisor Botello?
Well, I seconded the motion just so we have opportunity to discuss this, because I think Supervisor Munzer brings out some very legitimate concerns. Let there be no mistake that we had to negotiate this because of the circumstances that the county found itself in, with a lot of non-compliances of the original agreement. And I really do hope that with this amended agreement that there will be complete compliance. And none of it was easy for us to reach. And I think that's one of the points that I think Supervisor Munzer has concerns about. The lack of local employment, I think, is a legitimate concern by the Planning Commission, and the impacts that it has on our community has been very disappointing. We can't go back in time, and it would have been nice if Con Edison would have said, "Look, we weren't able to provide that local contracts, local employment. The benefits of that is to go someplace else. But here, let's help some of the organizations that do make an impact on San Diego County." That's not going to happen. I think our staff did an outstanding job, and our outside counsel representing our side of the table. We, as a board, held firm on a lot of issues. This has been a very disappointing project, and knowing where we're at and the outcome, I don't know if I would have, in hindsight, voted for it either. But here we are today. We got to move forward where it gets some benefit, and hopefully Con Edison could do a lot more to mend some fences here, because there's a lot of fences to be mended.
Thank you, Supervisor Rivas.
Yeah, I appreciate Supervisor Munzer advocating for his concerns. I think, I appreciate the Planning Commission for brainstorming. We have been in these ongoing challenging negotiations with Con Edison or whoever it is out there now. Probably going to change next month again. But I think we have to adhere to those negotiations that we have participated with them and the terms that we agreed to with them. So I won't be supporting the first motion, but I would like to move forward with staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Supervisor Rivas. My comments are, I'll make them real simple. I support Supervisor Munzer's concept of trying to benefit the community, but unfortunately, it's at the 23rd hour, 59 minutes, something seconds, and good idea, just wrong time. And at the same time, I also appreciate the San Benito County's Planning Commission efforts to be creative and think outside the box. Unfortunately, that's not their responsibility. Their responsibility is land use decisions and not negotiating or having other considerations when it comes to fiscal matters, just land use. On that note, I, too, will not support Supervisor Munzer's motion. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
No. Motion dies 1-4. Okay, is there a motion on the table?
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Against?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you. All right. Next item. We will now have regular agenda. 31.
10:20.
Right? Huh?
10:20.
Actually, you know what? Let's take a quick 5-minute break.
Oh.
And I did that just for you, Mark. Because you said that. Okay, now we go to regular session number 31. Reyes Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this particular item is actually brought to you, I think, sometime back in February of 2017. I think at our board retreat, if I recall correctly, Supervisor Rivas had requested to put this item to the board. We actually budgeted to bring a lobbyist into our county. And since then, we've had the ad hoc meeting and discussed this, and we decided to pick the top three lobbyist firms. We've actually picked DBHK, Hearst Brooks Espinoza, no relations, by the way, and Stone Advocacy. I just wanted to kind of privy that they all have a lot of experience. And what I'd like to do is invite each one of them up to discuss your firm, to talk a little bit about what you could do for our county, and then have your board actually go ahead and decide to move forward. Actually, turn it back to the ad hoc. Let our chair, Supervisor Jaime de la Cruz, discuss his point, as well as Supervisor Robert Rivas. One thing I did want to highlight is with regard to the retainers, DBHK is requesting a $10,000 plus expenses retainer monthly, HBE monthly retainer of $3,000, and Stone a $10,000 plus expenses for retainer. So I just wanted to make sure that was privy to the board, if you hadn't had a chance to look at the report. So I'd like to go ahead and invite maybe Kim Stone first, if you don't mind.
Actually, Ray, can you, just for the public and for myself too, can you give me the breakdown on the first one? What is their monthly request?
So so DBHK, Demir Brown Hicks Kessler, is $10,000 plus. They're requesting $10,000 plus expenses, travel, etc. For so basically a $10,000 monthly retainer is what they are.
Hearst?
But if there's any outside fees, we'd have to pay for it. Hearst Brooks Espinoza, a monthly retainer of $3,000 is what they're requesting. And then Stone Advocacy is $10,000 as well monthly. So again, this would be open for negotiations, and that's what we're requesting from your board, is that that the administration go ahead and go into negotiations with them and address that. That may change, but as of now, that's what the request is.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, please, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, at the podium. If you have any handouts, if you can pass it to our clerk, Chase Graves, he'll be able to pass them out as well.
Sure. Although you're going to next. Good morning. My name is Kim Stone. I'm the principal in Stone Advocacy. Thank you, Ray and supervisors, for inviting me here. I would like to compliment you on your selection of all three lobbying firms. All of them are good, strong, competent firms with good reputations in Sacramento. You would not be badly served by hiring any of us. I also want to commend you on deciding to hire a lobbyist. There's a well-known expression in politics that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, and you really need to be at the table. Some of the things that came up just listening to your meeting today really made me think about what a good idea that is today. Supervisor De La Cruz, when you were talking about democracy and American values and how you remembered voting as a child, it reminded me of my college major of American Studies and James Madison in the Federalist Papers talking about factionalism and democracy. And really, sometimes lobbyists get a bad rap or a bad reputation, but really we just help democracy flourish better by allowing different voices to be heard. And I'm really proud to be a lobbyist, and I would be really proud to be a lobbyist on behalf of your county. Other counties in California have lobbyists. There are over 28 counties that have lobbyists, and the average expenditure on the counties that have lobbyists is over $450,000 a year on lobbying expenditures. The reason that counties spend money on lobbyists is so that you can advocate more effectively to get money from the state. And so that you can better serve your constituents by doing that. It's really important to advocate for state funding and to seek state funding for your counties. Transportation issues, law enforcement issues, special grants are all things that effective lobbyists could help you with, because you're not only in competition with other state priorities, but sometimes you're in competition with other local government bodies or even with other counties. It's also really important to have a lobbyist to help you weigh in on state issues that you care about. You earlier talked about Assemblymember Caballero's award that she got from RCRC. AB 1250 would have prohibited counties from having contract employees. And for small counties, just like you all, there's a lot of services that you need to have a contract for rather than have a full-time employee. And as we heard in the report, when somebody's gone and you need to use contract work even for a little while, and that bill was modified that took the cities out, only the counties, and also the cell phone tower issues would have stripped you of some of the power that you have. And those are just two of many, many bills that you all and your constituents may wish to weigh in on. Cannabis issues, marijuana regulation issues, transportation funding are additional issues. Additionally, you all may wish to communicate regularly with your constituents about state issues that affect the county, and that's something that a lobbyist can help you with. So why me? Like I said, all the firms that you're interviewing are good, and you really, I don't think would go wrong with any of them. I, like William, who you honored earlier, am proud to be a member of the California State Bar. I graduated from Stanford Law School and started my legal career as a prosecutor. I was both a federal prosecutor in the Southern District of California and a deputy district attorney in San Mateo County. So I have worked in county government, albeit a different role than you all have here. I hope that if you ask people about me and my reputation, you will find that I'm regarded as hardworking, smart, highly ethical, and effective. I've got a lot of experience with local government. Before opening my own shop, Stone Advocacy, at the beginning of this calendar year, I lobbied for and then ran a trade association called the Civil Justice Association of California that fought against the trial lawyers, and we worked very closely with counties and cities because a lot of the liability issues that you discuss in your closed sessions are very similar to or other kind of issues that CJAC fought for to make it so that legitimate lawsuits would be allowed to proceed and sort of frivolous or shakedown lawsuits would have a harder time continuing. So I've got experience with both local governments through CSAC, RCRC, and even the League of Cities when I was at CJAC. I've also had success in fighting for and getting money. One of the things I'm most proud about in my first year here as my own firm as a lobbyist is I was subcontracted by a group called the Children's Advocacy Institute to try to get them funding in the budget for additional lawyers for foster children. Foster kids in California who go through the system are entitled to lawyers, but the lawyers have these huge caseloads that are really unable to do a really good job. And nobody in Sacramento government said that they didn't need additional funding, but for the last 2 years, at the last minute, the money for those lawyers was cut out of the budget. But everybody said, oh, I agree, but then at the very last minute in the closed-door session, it went out. And so this year, they brought me on to help try to get that money. And in addition to doing traditional lobbying, where everybody said we agreed, we employed a media strategy to put some additional light on the issue. And unlike the previous 2 years where they didn't get their additional money, this year they did. I don't represent any other counties, and so if you selected me, there would be no potential conflict if you're fighting for money with additional counties. Many times, counties have similar issues. Rural counties have similar issues. Even urban counties have similar issues. But sometimes counties are pitted against each other, and I wouldn't have any conflicts for you there. I've got a lot of experience working in coalitions and on my own, depending on what you need. And your county has a really strong and proud history and base. You've got a really great agricultural tradition here, but you've also got some needs coming up. You've got your transportation needs, you have housing issues, you have challenges coming up with the marijuana issue, with public safety, and I like your community. I follow Bonito Link on Facebook, and I pay attention to what's going on here, and I think it's really an exciting time for your county to figure out how you can continue to serve your constituents well by getting the most out of Sacramento. I would like to help you meet those challenges, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Supervisor Medina?
Yeah, I have 3 quick questions. How many people do you have in your firm?
I'm the only lobbyist, but I have an admin.
Okay. And how many rural counties do you represent?
I don't represent any other counties. I have worked with, when I was at the Trade Association, I worked with the Association of Rural Counties.
Okay. And then what is your experience in grant writing?
Oh, well, actually, when I ran in a previous career between being a prosecutor and now, I fundraised for a nonprofit organization that my then husband and I founded called the Adelante Foundation of Honduras. It was a microcredit organization giving loans to poor women in rural areas. And I did all their fundraising and wrote extensive grants there. The kind of grants that you all would be looking for would be more state grants.
Have you written any state grants like that we're looking for?
No, but they are very similar, sort of, complicated, filling out competitive grant forms. I'm very be eager to help you do that.
Okay, thank you.
Big foundations aren't that different from government in their grant awarding.
Well, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right.
I'd like to invite Hurst Brooks Espinoza firm.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Brooks. I'm one of the partners at Hurst Brooks Espinoza. I thought I would start by introducing you all to our firm. My 2 partners and I worked at the California State Association of Counties I have the shortest tenure, which is 14 years, and each of my partners were there for about 15 years each. My particular background is in health and human services. Elizabeth Espinoza, her background is in public safety, and then Jean Hurst background is in state finance, local finance, general government, election law, sort of all of the general government cats and dogs that sort of headed her way during our time at CSAC. The 3 of us decided about 3 years ago that it was time to start a new adventure, and we left the state association and opened our own firm, and we have ended up specializing in local government issues before the state legislature. We do advocacy work as well as consulting work. We think one of the things that we offer to our clients is the ability to provide important context about not only what happened historically, particularly for counties, but why it happened. Because in many of the cases, we were at the table negotiating the deal, whether it was expansion of the Medi-Cal program, the creation of the 2012 IHSS MOE, or the 2011 public safety realignment. In fact, our expertise is so well respected that all three of us serve as faculty at the CSAC Institute. We currently represent 6 counties, including your neighbors, Santa Clara and Santa Cruz. In fact, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors is adopting a contract with us this morning. We also work with a number of statewide associations that your county department heads belong to, as well as representing the rural county representatives of California. And in our consulting role, we've actually done work for San Benito County. I was a principal consultant in helping San Benito, Plumas, and Mariposa counties with their joint whole person care application to the state of California. And I helped on that project from sort of the initial concept of a joint county project all the way through to the submission of the grant proposal. Because of that, you all are getting tens of millions of dollars from the federal government to augment your efforts in trying to treat not just the health needs of individuals in your community, but also sort of the social determinants of health. Additionally, I'm currently working with Jim Riding's ward on some Medi-Cal managed care issues that are currently occurring in your county. And thinking about, what we've learned in our time advocating for counties before the state legislature, what's really important for you all in your county advocacy in Sacramento. First, we really think delegation relationships are important. As an example, Riverside County hired us last January, and we were able to help them get $500 million in funding in the transportation package that was negotiated in the legislature this year. We knew this was going to be an issue for the county. They had the information ready for us. We were able to work with the delegation on particular augmentations. Additionally, we were able to get special budget language for them to assist in the expedited delivery of those transportation projects. That's very important. Additionally, we think it was that one of the crucial things that was important for members of the legislature to hear was directly from their counties on AB 1250. We think that really made a difference on getting individual members to decide to oppose that particular bill. We also think that relationships with the executive branch are important. Let's face it, when the state catches a cold, counties sneeze. You are political subdivisions of the state, and whatever sorts of decisions that they're going to make in their regulatory role are going to affect all of you. As an example, our firm assisted Santa Clara during the managed care organization tax negotiations in 2016. The county realized that because they run their own health plan, that they were disproportionately affected by the tax. They had a creative solution at being able to renegotiate their public authority rate for their in-home supportive services workers so that they would be able to account for the increased healthcare costs. We worked directly with the Director of the Department of Social Services and the Director of Healthcare Services to ensure that there was sufficient guidance provided in writing by state departments so that Santa Clara, as well as the other 57 counties, could potentially take advantage of that particular loophole. And then I think finally what is going to be really important for you all moving forward is state budget expertise. And our firm feels like we're uniquely situated to help you on state budget issues. Our 3 partners negotiated the $6 billion realignment deal in 2011 on behalf of counties. We have extensive budget experience. I will tell you on the Health and Human Services policy side, I think probably 75% of the major policy that's coming out of Sacramento actually occurs in the budget context, not in the regular policy context. And so I think it's very important for you all to understand that and see how our firm sort of will help you in that particular need. For example, in the budget area, our firm assisted a number of our county clients, and we had a short-term contract with the California State Association of Counties last year on the IHSS issue in particular. We had put forward to the Brown our firm put forward to the Brown administration and to CSAC, hey, why don't we think about leveraging the Board of Equalization error in the discussions on IHSS. The Board of Equalization had made an accounting error that would have caused counties to have to give back anywhere from $100 million to $300 million to the state. And we suggested, state, why don't you forgive the counties as part of the package on IHSS to sort of blunt the impact of the hundreds of millions of dollars of cost shift that you were considering. And folks liked that sort of creative proposal, and it was ultimately adopted in SB 90, which is one of the budget trailer bills. In thinking about coming to you this morning, that one of the things that we also have experiences is working with counties who've never had representation in Sacramento before. So and what we were interested in helping you do is develop a legislative platform, so it's sort of clear what your positions are, what you support, what you oppose, so we can sort of help in our conversations with the delegation. We also are interested in providing regular communication with the county, whether it's via written materials or a weekly or biweekly conference call. We plan to put together an onboarding memo outlining the policy and political issues that are occurring in Sacramento, and then framing where there are opportunities for the county based on your local priorities. We do regular updates for all our clients on legislative and budget issues, and then we also work to identify grant opportunities for our clients. For example, on the Prop 47 recidivism reduction grants, my partner sat in on all of the board and community, state board and community corrections meetings, and then advised clients on how to put together their proposals and strategies that would respond to what state officials were identifying as priorities. We helped Colusa County with their SB 81 juvenile rehabilitative facility construction proposal. It was a tri-county proposal. We helped them prepare for their presentation before the board, and they were ultimately awarded the maximum amount of funding available. And we've also assisted Santa Clara County with their SB 863 adult correctional facility construction project, which is ongoing. We think we were really thoughtful in crafting our proposal, and we're very mindful of what similarly sized counties pay for their representation, and what your neighbors are paying. And we think we've, understanding your limited resources, have submitted a fair proposal from that perspective. And frankly, we're really excited about the opportunity to represent San Benito. I think all three of us really enjoy working with rural counties. To the extent that there were counties that were active in CSAC that didn't have representation, we often did little side projects for rural counties when they were asked. And so in closing, it would really be an honor to represent San Benito in front of the legislature and the administrative agencies. And I'm happy to take questions from you all.
Supervisor Rivas.
Yeah, since you mentioned it, as far as maybe a couple of regional clients that you represent being Santa Cruz and Santa Clara, I believe.
That's correct.
And so certainly, we have some stuff in common with those communities and those counties, and there's some stuff that we do not have anything in common with them. And so if there was a conflict between, say, our rural county and Santa Clara, would they take priority over us?
So there's a couple different approaches. First, we've worked with unrepresented counties a long time. It's pretty rare that there's a conflict. I mean, I think certainly it can occur to the extent that you are chasing after the same amount of money. But because we have three partners, we have the option to sort of wall off and say, you're working on San Benito, you're working on Santa Cruz, and we're not going to talk about this issue, and we will represent different points of view in front of the state legislature.
Actually, I'm happy that you addressed it that way, because that was one of my concerns, and I'm satisfied the way you answered it. Thank you. Any other questions? Supervisor Medina?
Well, you answered most of them because, how many people do you have in your firm?
There's the three partners.
There's three partners. The other ones was the counties you represent and the grant writing, which you covered. The only other one that you brought up was what happens at the Assembly and the Senate really has to do with the counties and the cities of California. You had mentioned something similar to that. What involvement do you have in the political process? Have you been on the floor? What is your ability to speak to some of the legislators?
Oh, sure. So because one of the things I like about having two other partners is because of our different areas of expertise, we have different relationships with different members of the legislature. We have great relationships with the Riverside delegation because they're one of our biggest clients. We work a lot with the LA County delegation because they are also a client. And then we also have separate relationships. Like I'm pretty close with the budget chair in the Senate because I've worked on budget issues most of my career. And so it sort of varies depending on the issue, which one of us has the relationships. And the other thing that we have learned, because we've never had a client who makes campaign contributions, so we're not going to fundraisers at night and sort of having the same sorts of interactions with legislators, but staff relationships are really important. So we spend a ton of time in the Capitol with all 4 caucuses and all key staff on particular issues because, to the extent that you can get the people who are advising the people who are making decisions on your side, it is truly incredibly helpful. So, we've had as an example, Riverside had a big firm with, had clients with lots of moneyed interests, and they chose to come to us because they wanted our expertise.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, we'd like to invite one spokesperson for DBHK. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My name is Dominic Damari, and I'm here with Damari Brown Hickson Kessler, and I thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. Thank you for selecting our firm, and I agree with Ms. Stone. You've done an excellent job of selecting very competent firms. A little bit of background on our firm. There are 4 partners in the firm, myself, Alice Kessler, who is here in the audience with me today, Amy Brown, and Jody Hicks, and then we have 2 staff lobbyists, Ryan Spencer, who's also here, as well as Laura Parra. There are 6 lobbyists total, and then we have approximately 4 staff in support of our efforts in Sacramento. We have been in existence since 2005. Amy Brown was the first partner, and then she cycled through 2 gentlemen who moved on to bigger and better positions, one in state government and then one in a law firm, and she prevailed upon me to join her in 2007. I had worked with the California Chamber of Commerce. Prior to that, I had worked in the legislature for Assemblymember Dennis Cardoza, representing the San Joaquin Valley, Merced, Los Banos. I'm from Newman, California, and grew up partly in Newman and Modesto. My family, actually, we farm tomatoes over here in San Benito County for field greens that we pack over in Newman. And then prior to that, I worked for the Agricultural Council representing co-ops, and then I worked for Rusty Reyes, who was my first employer in state government a long, long time ago. Amy Brown is a former employee of the California League of Cities. She worked for them in doing pension reform and public safety issues and workers' compensation, and that's how she and I met through workers' comp reform back in the Gray Davis administration when I was working for the state chamber. Jody Hicks is a former government affairs vice president for the California Medical Association. Prior to her employment there, she worked in the state Senate as a staff member to a senator from San Francisco. And then Alice Kessler came to us from Comcast, where she was a regional government affairs director for the Bay Area for Comcast. Laura Parra is a former staff member with now appropriations chair, but then Assembly member Ricardo Lara. And prior to that, for a very hot second, she worked for Hector de la Torre, who is actually now a member of the ARB. And then Ryan Spencer is our most recent acquisition and player acquisition, and he came to us from Speaker Rendon's office, where he ran the floor for Speaker Rendon. He was in charge of everything that happened on the floor, the pulse of legislation coming and going, and then when scheduling and how things got heard. So he comes to us with a lot of experience, dating back a lot longer than he looks, because he is actually a little bit older than he looks. I would say that our experience gives us quite a bit of advantage over a lot of other firms in that we have great coverage across the Capitol. Any one of our former employees or any one of our former colleagues are now working in multiple offices across the legislature. We have experience in a variety of different areas. On a local government level in particular, we presently represent the city of West Sacramento, the city of Napa, the city of Riverside, the city of Long Beach. We also represent Kern County in cooperation or in partnership with another firm, and we have represented in the past several other cities and Sutter County in particular, a rural county up north of Sacramento. We have done tremendous amount of work in securing funds for those counties, mostly in the transportation and flood control area, given the location of the counties that we've represented. Sutter County, for instance, we worked with them and Caltrans and the administration and the Transportation Commission to get about $73 million for them for a bridge project on Highway 99. We worked with them to get about $23 million in flood control early implementation money. We've worked most recently with the city of West Sacramento to get them some monies for transportation and infrastructure projects and some flood control monies as well. And I think most importantly and most recently, one of the things that we have done on behalf of our local government clients has been to deal with the elimination of RDAs and how we deal with those at the local level and maintain the ability to use tax increment to foster growth and economic development in the community. Working with the city of West Sacramento, we worked with them to find a way to take some tax increment and not give it all away to all the neighboring jurisdictions and keep some for the principal jurisdiction. In this case, it was a municipality. And then Amy Brown in particular worked very hard with the administration to get approval for the legislation that created infrastructure development. Oh, wow, just had a brain fade. But the replacement vehicle for RDAs, where we can still take tax increment and create economic development in the local jurisdictions as necessary. I would add that the challenges that face local governments that we've seen over the years certainly deal with infrastructure, transportation, flood control, water supply. I know that here in San Bernardino County, groundwater is a big issue. There's a nitrate problem, and that replicates itself all over the state. Pensions is one area where I think that you see a lot of vulnerability, and it's also one area where our firm really excels. Amy Brown is one of the foremost authorities on pension reform here in the state. In fact, we own a journal called the Public Retirement Journal, which is a publication that reports on public pension issues, and Amy Brown manages to take something as boring as public pension and actually almost make it entertaining to read about. So that's one area I think where we can really distinguish ourselves from other firms that you see before you today or that you've considered in the past. I agree that if you've not had a lobbyist, it can seem a little bit daunting. We're more than happy and are willing to sit down with you. We have done so with other clients that are new to the advocacy world in Sacramento. Our practice is to sit down, hold a meeting, hold phone calls, familiarize you with the process, and also familiarize you with the people who are influencers in Sacramento. Your delegation is a delegation that we've worked with closely. Ana Caballero, we worked with on the water bond way back in 2009. She was instrumental, actually, in getting some very important language around storage and water rights and area of origin protection. And we've also worked extensively with Senator Anthony Cannella, who's actually entering, unfortunately, his last year of service in the legislature this year. The price that you saw on the proposal is absolutely negotiable. We, too, recognize that you are a rural county, and there are a lot of challenges and a lot of expenses to running a county, and that we're more than happy to sit down and negotiate. That make sure that you get value for your money. And the value that you get with this in closing is you get 4 seasoned partners and 2 lobbyists that have great coverage across the Capitol. We have a variety of different clients, not just local government, but healthcare, corporate clients, associational clients, water district and water management clients. It gives us a great breadth across the Capitol, and we interact with almost every single committee with the exception of maybe 2 or 3. And we also have clients that, quite frankly, have PACs that are politically active that give us the ability to go and interact with legislators on a different level than just the policy level. And I think that that's an advantage that we do have over other firms. And so with that, I conclude my remarks and thank you for your time. And once again, thank you for the consideration of our firm as your potential lobbyist in the future. And I would be willing to entertain questions.
Questions? None? Thank you very much. Okay, let me open up to the public. Do you have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right. Ray?
No, I just want to kind of finalize my comments, that at this point, we're going to staff is requesting your board to make a recommendation of the firm, and then move forward with the staff recommendation on the staff report, having myself and the administration go ahead and go into negotiations with one of the firms. So at this point, I wanted to leave it up to the ad hoc. Maybe Supervisor Rivas can kick it off if you'd like, or the chair, to discuss your points in our discussions and conversations with the ad hoc, and then bring it back to the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Yeah, so this is an item that I have advocated and pushed for quite some time, and my advocacy for this came well before I was a member of this board. So I've told the story a couple times, and I'll tell it again. Really, my advocacy for professional representation in Sacramento started when I was a wide-eyed graduate student at San Jose State University. I was a member of the editorial board for our local newspaper, The Freelance. And I must have been, 24, 25 years old at the time. And I remember advocating and convincing enough members on the editorial board to write an editorial on why our county, this was in 2004, 2005, needed professional advocacy in Sacramento. And only in San Benito County and in small government, I got a call from the CAO. Said, hey, I need to talk to you. And at the time, I was a field representative for Simon Salinas. And I said, well, okay, great. And then I met with Susan Thompson, who was the CAO at the time, and then she proceeded to blast my opinion on why why San Benito County did not need professional advocacy in Sacramento, because our county and our supervisors were members of things like RCRC and CSAC. But in my opinion, despite our continued relationship with those organizations, we need more than what we're able to get out of RCRC and CSAC. And so that's why I'm proud that this is finally on our agenda today. It should have been before us months ago, but obviously we have a lot of things to tackle here in San Benito. But, it's 2017. And it's time for our county to get professional representation and advocacy in Sacramento. And so I'd like to thank all those who submitted a proposal to represent our county in our state's capital. And I'd like to thank those who took the time to be here this morning and taking a quick look around. And I apologize. Only in San Benito County does our consent calendar take an hour and a half. And I thank for all of you guys didn't go running for the doors. It says a lot. And so, but, when I take a quick look around, I see some of the most talented and respected legislative advocates in our state. I see Alice Kessler there in the back with DBHK. So thank you, Alice, for being here. And, I don't think I need to repeat all that I've mentioned in previous meetings as to why our county needs this advocacy in Sacramento. Because the bottom line is I want to make sure that everyone understands that that most other local governments have advocates in Sacramento. We are way behind. They've made this investment, and obviously when you look at the data and the figures that highlight this, the average amount spent by all counties on reportable lobbying, the latest numbers I could get were from 2015, were $221,000 annually from these counties. That's the average of all counties in our state. What do we spend? Zero. And so we need the help. We need the help. We need professional advocacy in Sacramento. I know our county, our board has a laundry list of policy needs, and certainly our roads, just off the top of my head, our roads and transportation is at the top of that list. And so as a rural county, having professional advocacy in Sacramento is a big deal for us. We need all the attention we can get out of Sacramento. And so after reviewing all the applicants, all are equally qualified and have their own unique strengths. And the three things I looked for is, one, we want the best to represent San Benito County. We need to hire the firm who has the bandwidth to focus on us, San Benito. Our transportation and roads need a lot of attention. And the third thing is we need a proven advocate who knows how to deliver results. And I know these three groups that were here with us today, I admire all of them. I respect all of them. I think all of them would do an admirable job for us. But I urge my fellow supervisors to support Stone advocacy, and I'm prepared to make a motion of when the rest of these marks from our board members are concluded.
Thank you, Supervisor Rios. My comments on the committee. I too would like to thank all those who showed up and their interest in serving. You know, at the end of the day, our constituency, our residents, San Benito County residents. As a member of CSAC, and I know Supervisor Batello's members are RCRC, sometimes we feel like we come to these meetings at a disadvantage because other supervisors are talking with their consultant, their lobbyists at Sacramento. And so I actually asked Ray, God, it would be nice if we have somebody who we can go talk to and say, hey, what's going on here? You know, talk to me before I go into a meeting of other supervisors in different parts of California. And so it's another added tool that the county can have at its disposal. And you guys all qualify. I mean, that's a no-brainer. And I really want to thank Ray and the staff for giving us these options and an opportunity today for us to make a decision. I'm going to lean towards Espinosa. That's going to be the one that I'm going to lean for. I just felt that group has the experience, and we actually benefit from some of the decisions I made in the past. I'm looking at Jim, and I know that you will like that even more, Jim, because it's very important in our community. Those are dollars that come from the state in terms of health and human services dollars. That at the end of the day, if the state backfills or drops allocation, guess who's going to backfill it? And that's going to be San Benito County General Fund. So we need to make sure that we have someone in the back area, too, that can represent not only your department, but also our best interest. And I feel that this group can meet those needs. Thank you. And Supervisor Medina?
Yes, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out also. I'll make it real short. I've asked questions during the actual process. So, I'm going to go with D, B, H, and K, simply stated.
Supervisor Patello?
Just want to thank everybody for coming. Great presentations by all three groups. Obviously, I agree with Supervisor Rivas with the need for a lobbyist. Being part of RCRC, and I know my colleagues are very active in CSAC as well. Those organizations bring a different type of presence into Sacramento. It's more of a group presence, and what we need now is more of an individual presence. I know my colleague Supervisor Medina has some real challenges. We're here listening to our work on a levy. That's only half the job, and unfortunately, we're not able to do the full job because of lack of resources that this county possesses. And it's going to be a real problem unless we get somebody on board advocating for us up in Sacramento, what is available, and so forth. At times, being a small county, being in these other organizations, we get lost in the mix or policies that these organizations have. RCRC is currently trimming its policy book, and I think Supervisor Munzer would have really appreciated it. It's a go from probably 100 pages, so to speak, to probably 20, and that's just because it got so specific as far as what our lobbying efforts at RCRC is that would be allowed to do for its members. But anyway, I just want to express my gratitude for the presentations. I'm learning a lot about lobbyists now. I always felt that Sacramento, Washington, D.C. had too many, but until you need one, you don't appreciate it as much as you should. Thank you.
Do you have a preference, or you want to wait till?
I'm waiting.
Okay, Supervisor Munzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, want to thank everybody that came today and made the presentations. We do have a lot of needs. Highway 25 from City of Hollister back up to, towards 101, towards the county line. This is a $350 million project, basically, and the state is saying they don't have the money or even the desires to deal with that. And that's our major road to San Jose, and we have become a bedroom community for Silicon Valley. We need help up in Sacramento. Highway 156, the road out towards San Juan to the west, also connecting with 101. That has been put on the back burner of Caltrans and the CTC. We need somebody lobbying for us to bring that to the forefront and get that moving. So yes, we definitely have needs. I think and I'm not sure if it's in here. I didn't see it, and if it is, I apologize. But I could support a 1-year contract with whoever we go through or whoever we choose to go with. Do a 1-year kind of trial contract and see how it works out, and then reevaluate it again in a year. And again, I think the $125,000 is just kind of throwing a dart on the dartboard, but it's a start. It's definitely a amount that we need to start with, and then, like I said, evaluate everything again in a year. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm ready to make a motion that we direct our CAO and appropriate staff to begin negotiations with Stone Advocacy for professional lobbying and advocacy services in Sacramento.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? No.
Nope.
Medina?
Nope.
No. The motion passes 3-2. So it's a 1 year. Start negotiating for 1 year. Thank you. Let's move on. 32.
Hey, Mr. Chair. Yes, item number 32 on our agenda. This particular item was brought to your board a month or two ago with regards to the SEDS. There has been quite a bit of studying that has gone on. Your board has been interviewed. Myself and a few others within our community have been interviewed. And before you today is a report. A lot of work has gotten involved or has gone into this particular item. So today, what I'd like to do is I'd like to invite Christina Wyatt up if she may come up and do a quick presentation. But at the end of this presentation, we would like to go ahead and request that your board move forward with adopting and approving and adopting the SEDS. We've actually worked with the Economic Development Corporation and editing and making some changes from this particular item that was on your board a few months ago or a month or two ago. So I think staff feels more comfortable. I think moving forward with this particular item with regards to the staff recommendation. So staff would recommend that your board approve the SEDS with the caveat of making sure that we address things financially prior to any adoption of certain things and make sure that we have the budget for it. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and pass it on to you, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Board. Well, I'd like to first start by thanking staff and thanking the Board. I know you participated in this long journey. My name's Aaron Johnston. My day job is with Granite Rock Company, so I was delighted to hear that levee project's going well today. Thank you, John. And then my volunteer job is with the Economic Development Corporation. We have a very active board. We meet monthly. If I dare push Christina's presentation, you'll see there's a couple board members in the audience here today. We have Mary and we have Andrew, and I will. You can see the rest of the board members up there too. Many of you have participated in this comprehensive economic development strategy to get to where it is today. But before I take questions on it, we'll hear a short presentation from Christina on what it is, where it come from, and how we got here, then entertain your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Sorry, I don't read PC. Again, Chairman Dela Cruz, also Mark Medina, Supervisor Mark Medina, member of the Economic Development Committee of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you all very much for the opportunity today to present to you draft version 11 of our Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Plan, which has been under development over the last 24 months with our community here, stakeholders, business members, a diverse amount of community members. I had the great pleasure to be working with the Economic Development Corporation Board, our community members, as well as my partner in this project, which is Wes Irvin of Wes Irvin and Associates. He's a consultant with the California Office of Local Economic Development, and he's the former Economic Development Director for Yolo County. He would like to be here today, but fortunately or unfortunately, he's working in Santa Rosa to assist fire victims with receiving their federal and state aid and through their loan programs. Briefly, in regard to our SEDS creation process, a few benchmarks we've been through over the last 2 years. It was kicked off with the California Office of Local Economic Development, as Ray referred to, and our Local Economic Assessment Program, or a LEAP, where over 1.5 days we invited 5 economic development directors from throughout the state of California who did dozens of community interviews with stakeholders. The findings and recommendations of the LEAP report were presented to the Board of Supervisors to you and provided in your comprehensive binders in September. We then engaged in a community-wide SWOT analysis and work with our Health and Human Services Agency and our Workforce Development Board in conducting a countywide business survey, and the results and the findings and recommendations are included. We also invited our regional EDA representative out of Seattle to conduct a tour and orientation of our area and to do an opportunities analysis, including lots of interviews and tours and a focus group with San Juan Bautista with their strategic planning committee. We also, with the EDC, hosted a California Office of Local Economic Development, LEO, which was local economic development for elected officials and staff, and that was 1 year ago, last January. Thank you to Supervisor Botello for attending and participating. In regard to the staff, or the review of the SEDS document, we did host a review session with staff in July on the first draft, following review of our committee and review and comment by the City of Hollister October 16th. From the San Juan Bautista review and comment of October 24th. Both jurisdictions were very supportive of our plan moving forward and opportunities to collaborate, and we're coming forward to you today for review and adoption of our strategy. Just a few photos of some of the events that we have hosted, the LEAP, the LEO, et cetera, City of Hollister, San Juan Bautista, a diverse amount of stakeholders. As you see, Melinda Casillas from staff there, Brent Barnes, your former RMA director, Board of Supervisors, staff, boards of directors and community members from the San Juan Bautista, the San Juan Committee, the Chamber of Commerce, the Hollister Downtown Association, Business Council. We've also, I've worked to host just a comprehensive website to gather all the information that was presented to you in hard copy form. It's in a website called businessinsanbenito.com, which has the draft SEDS and former work that was done by the EDC. Also access to free and low-cost business resources. Just a list of our SEDS committee members include a diverse array from federal and state representatives. I had the great pleasure of sitting down with our former Congress member, Sam Farr, and his staff and Jimmy's staff and working through the SEDS opportunities for our region. And from his perspective, what he sees now into the future would be the funding direction from the federal government. So why did we get into this process? Basically, this community has not had a comprehensive economic development strategy since 2008. Therefore, we've been ineligible to go to the Economic Development Administration for funding. So what we saw in the approval and adoption of our county general plan in the summer of 2015, we had an economic development element of our general plan. And according to the implementation of this general plan, economic development element, the county shall prepare, adopt, and periodically update an economic development strategy, which shall be used as an operational guide to implement the economic development goals and policies of the element of our general plan. This strategy will also fulfill the Federal Economic Development Administration requirements for the SEDS to receive grant funding.
The strategy will identify, and it does, industry-specific goals and actions that build on the existing agricultural economy and industries, and clearly identifies how the EDC, the county, and their partners can achieve those goals. In recognition of this, the Economic Development Corporation of San Benito County approached the San Benito County and the supervisors in 2015 to take on this task, and had received two $5,000 funding allocations in 15-16 and 16-17 in their budget cycles to work on this. Unfortunately, you increased your investment to $13,000 for the 17-18 budget cycle, which will allow EDC to bring on part-time staff next year to begin working. Next, briefly, is just a brief summary of what is in the implementation plan of the economic development element of the general plan, of which this strategy will support county implementation of your plan, as the county is the lead agency. One is development of the SEDS, two, staff resources, another is a marketing program for attraction, identification of industrial and opportunity sites, and compilation of a database. Development of a wine and hospitality combining district, which has a lot of interest right now. The tourism promotion program that the Chamber has begun, but we'd like to work on a comprehensive and really have a scientific plan with metrics. The wayfinding and signage program that we need to complete, and then really focusing on existing businesses to help them grow, to be retained, and attract new businesses and new jobs. There are a lot of needs identified in our general plan and in this strategy. One is to improve our cooperation for joint economic development. Two is creation of local jobs to reduce our outcommuting and to fill our industrial parks. To have a business attraction campaign. To strengthen our tourism promotion. To retain our existing businesses, as we have with Technova growing 100 new jobs that we project over the next 2 years. And aligning and training our work with our employment providers. This strategy seeks to identify, addressing identified needs, creating local jobs, helping to stabilize but yet diversify our local economies, and lessen our reliance on agriculture and government services. We're seeking to raise income levels and to promote prosperity in our region, to improve our quality of life, to reduce our outcommuting, and also to protect our environment. The U.S. Department of the EDA requires a SEDS to qualify for EDA assistance under its Public Works, Economic Adjustment, and most planning programs. The EDC took on this project, so they're positioned to seek opportunities through the EDA as the programs are identified. The SEDS covers a 4-year period of 2017 to 2022 and must be updated at least annually to include current economic data and information based on economic development programs that have been undertaken in support of the SEDS. There are a lot of data included in our data chapter, mostly focusing on our unique demographics. As we've seen, because of the influx of new home buyers from Silicon Valley, San Benito County has seen our median income increase from $65,000 to $71,000 during the period of 2006 to 2015, and even more now. Median income is anticipated to rise to $96,000 by 2020. The income effect of many residents working in the Silicon Valley can be seen in Figure 6 of the plan, which compares income groups to California, San Benito County, and Monterey and Santa Cruz counties in our region. San Benito County compares favorably in the $50,000 to $150,000 income groups, but has a lower percentage of residents below the poverty level. One of the issues that we're dealing with is we have a living wage of $47,000 here in our county for a family of 4. This is an issue because our housing prices are inflated by the incomes of Silicon Valley. We have 2 economies. We have people that live and work here but may not be able to afford to live here based on our median wage. This is a challenge that should be at least acknowledged, and it does in this document and this strategy. Also, the Department of Finance releases income limits based on our affordable housing and other assistance program, and based on our data, our median income is $81,000 for a family of 4, which unfortunately makes us unqualified for a lot of state and federal programs. But utilizing other programs, as Louis had recommended, just as like new market tax credits, we can be going after those. So according to the February 2015 U.S. Census Bureau American Survey with data from 2006 to 2010, and a special report of county-to-county commuting flows from California, EDA, at least 11,500, or at least 50% of our employed residents, commute to jobs outside of the county, including 7,500, at least 7,500, traveling north to Santa Clara County, to higher paying jobs in Silicon Valley, construction jobs, and many traveling south to jobs in production agriculture in the Salinas Valley. Growth is driven from the outside, causing congestion, as Supervisor Munzer referred, on Highway 25. We have 7,300 workers outbound in the morning and inbound in the evening, plus another 1,100 reverse commuting daily to Gilroy on Highway 25, and then 156 from Salinas to Monterey, at least 3,000 out and 1,500 in every morning. And these are 2015 numbers. We've seen those numbers probably double in the last 3 years. This strains our infrastructure, including our groundwater quality and our roads. It's leading to our tax and service leakage, especially in medical services. Our air quality is worsened, and the health and the safety and quality of life of our communities is at risk. And our retail and commercial development has become skewed towards serving commuters rather than our local businesses and residents. So as you see, our current employment is approximately 16,000. It's anticipated to grow by 25% by 2035. Our farm employment is 11%, which is a much higher than the state average of 2%. And our major clusters are agriculture, food processing, distribution, chemicals, and ag services. Moving forward, the SEDS have identified 5 goals for 2017 to 2022. First and foremost, we need to act collaboratively. We need to make most and leverage all of our resources, our interests, and our passions. Between the 3 local jurisdictions, the cities and the county, and many economic development entities throughout the county, we all need to recognize the important role that we all take in our thriving local economy. We must invest in job creation, local business development and attraction, and a promotion program to be led by new staff of the EDC of San Benito and supported by other member and service providers. We need to invest in talent development, retention, and education to expand our collaborative engagement program alignment with businesses by utilizing the Workforce Development Board, our local schools, universities, and colleges. We must improve the business climate and our competitiveness by working on efficient and timely customer service. We must invest in infrastructure, maintenance, and growth, as we've said many times today, including transportation, broadband internet, affordable housing opportunities, a diverse array of those, energy, water conservation, and wastewater treatment. We need to continue to support an entrepreneurial culture, including supporting innovation and targeting small business services. We need to continue to ensure community safety and health, which is a great asset to us. We have a high quality of life, but we need to ensure adequate health services, crime prevention, safe structures, and emergency preparedness. And last but not least, we must create economic resiliency and plan for and create capacity to quickly recover from environmental disasters, such as economic downturns, and from natural and environmental disasters such as flood and fires, as we're seeing throughout the state of California. In the short term, we have a 12-month action plan that we request for you to consider. One is working with the EDC, as they've already expanded their own funding through economic development staff, much to the support of the increase from the Board of Supervisors of increasing your budget allocation from $5,000 to $13,000. We also would like to collaborate with you to work on grants and also discuss within our region the opportunity to increase our TOT tax to support future economic development work. We need to work collaboratively on a joint business retention, expansion, and attraction programs, including targeted industry recruitment, actively listening to the needs of existing businesses by improving broadband, et cetera, and studying the feasibility of a work-share and telecommuting facility. We would like to work to further collaborate and work on resource and data sharing, including best practices and filling information gaps useful to job creation and improve business climate. A lot of these new best practices are being sought out and presented by the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, of which the county is a member and is a great partner for our community here. We also need to team on improved permitting processes and infrastructure issues as John and his team work to integrate the Acela program, including ensuring speedy approvals, good advanced processing, and cost information for businesses, and possibly forming red teams when we need to problem solve with applicants and businesses that might be considering leaving. We also need to develop and implement a more robust tourism marketing and promotion plan, including the wine trail, considering the hospitality district, possibly increasing the TOT tax rate, doing more of a joint promotion with local attractions, and most importantly, utilizing metrics to evaluate effectiveness. Some of the items that have been brought forth in the SEDS for ideas of projects for prosperity and future grant programs could be the development of the implementation plan of this program. Studying the development potential of the county's future commercial nodes, including the interchanges at 101, 129, 101, 156, 152, 156. Looking at engineering studies, industrial park expansions, funding to support agriculture and industrial areas, doing a small business incubator program, and the tourism, wine, eco, agritourism, and historic tourism impact study and development plan. Because this is a federal document, there's 50 pages of it, but a lot of it's mandated by the EDA, and they just came forward with a new program in March 2016, which delayed us slightly, but provided us to have a most modern document. Other such chapters include an executive summary background, the comprehensive SWOT analysis, strategic direction and action resilience plans with less emphasis on projects and more emphasis on planning. So the next steps for the SEDS, including we're hoping to have adoption for the Board of Supervisors today. We would then present to the Economic Development Administration for approval. The EDA has already received a draft of our SEDS, and they have indicated that they would likely adopt without any kind of changes or recommendations. They'd also like to be proactive, and our regional representative would like to conduct a tour here in January, February of next year to help do more of an orientation with the region and meet with all of us to talk about what could be our first grant opportunities to collaborate. We also must work to prepare and submit quarterly updates to you, our county, our partner, and our economic development partners to make sure that we're kept on task, we're accountable, and we're making progress together. We must review and update the SEDS with our comprehensive SEDS committee annually to make sure that we're on task and making progress. And then we must submit annual performance reports to the EDA. So in closing, the biggest points are we must act collaboratively and be clear about who and what we are. As Supervisor Munzer said, we are a bedroom community of the Silicon Valley, but we're also the largest producer of organic agriculture, probably within the nation on a percentage. We need to be able to leverage and capitalize on those opportunities and support and grow those industries. The EDC and our partners are working to get all of the community on board, and that's one of the best things about this document. It helps to have a common understanding and definition of economic development and how we play a role in our prosperity as a community. We'd like to communicate that San Benito County is open for business. And I do want to reiterate a portion of the staff report and information that was included in the cover sheet of the SEDS document as presented to you. That adoption of the strategy today will only help clarify and focus our countywide economic development goals and opens the county and the local partners for their ability to access EDA funding, but does not encumber the county staff resources or finance, nor mandate the adoption of the policy. So, Aaron, I'd like to invite you back up here, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Questions to the board? Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, just a comment, and very good presentation, Christina and Aaron. Great job leading the EDC to this document. I really do believe that this is just what we need, and it brings all the agencies into focus. What we need to do to enhance opportunities within our own county. And the only way we're bringing outside money, which I know this board has taken some criticism on per capita, is to have a planning document like this and a direction that qualifies us for some grants that will help us move forward. So I'm real pleased that the EDC was able to get together with our staff and clarify a few of the issues that were of an area of concern. Going forward, hopefully the county will be in a position to focus in additional resources as we go along as best to our ability to implement some of these goals. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other supervisor? No?
It'll be our pleasure to help you grow your general fund by bringing in additional investment to our community.
Let me open up to the public.
Thank you for the opportunity. I think there's one word that you all know I represent and that you didn't hear once in this presentation. Going through the plan that was presented to us, the CEDS seeks proactivity, create local jobs, and parks create soft recreational jobs that support our youth. Improve quality of life, reduce out-commuting. Parks and recreation is the quality of life that young employees come to an area for. All of our county commutes out of this county, for the most part, to recreate. Why do we have to go to a bike path in Monterey? And why do we have to go to Santa Cruz when we've got the opportunity to create the River Parkway and the regional park that would create a great atmosphere for businesses to tell their employees that we've got this, we've got new housing, and you have everything you want here in San Benito County. The other thing, clusters of agriculture, food processing, distribution. Where's our parks and tourism? We are a tri-county area that is the watershed for the Monterey Bay. There is a great deal of cooperation that can be had in binding our three counties together, especially under the Pinnacles Partnership. We are the gateway community for the national park, and Gonzales, Salinas, they're all vying for the tourists that will come into the, is that the east side, west side? I never figure it out. Our side is the most beautiful, isn't it? The Pinnacles, we've got everything. We've got a historic park on the way to the Pinnacles. We've got a developing ag district that is converting hopefully the old golf course into an economic opportunity for the area to house people, to keep people occupied until there is an opening to the park. They say don't go to the park between 10 and 2 if it's a tourist season or a tourist day. And we need to provide places in our county for people to come, get a hotel, and play. So,
thank you.
My 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Mark Oder, and I am a business owner in a seed funded startup. Christina, thank you very much for everything you've done to help me so far. And Supervisor, I look forward to our meeting, as well as you attending, where we're going to have a potential investor meet us. I just wanted to add a little bit of levity potentially to the situation that part of doing business in San Benito County is having like a broken ion chromatographer and a 3D printer and a laser printer, as well as a dead raccoon in the back of your truck. So it's a really odd situation. Obviously, I have to go to the dump, but I'm. What's that?
No, I'm sorry, sir. Please address your comments to the board.
I'm sorry. Was I not?
You have 3 minutes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. I am beginning or trying to begin a business. My partner is the ex-director of research from Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories, and I have seed funding, and I'm looking for angel funding. And I really believe that the answer to all of this is to connect entrepreneurs in San Benito, and there's plenty of them. I know 5 myself that have plenty of ideas. And if we simply are able to create a network between entrepreneurs in San Benito County, then they are able to come up with ideas. And the best thing that government can do is just simply get out of their way and provide them with incentives. Tax incentives, perhaps assistance in the way of locating talent for labor, for instance, as well as locations. And I do have a great location. I get 6,000 square feet. My seed investor has provided me with the money for that. And we're looking at additional funding coming up pretty soon, and I look forward to that. But I'm potentially talking about $3 billion in
Summarize
revenue.
It, sir.
Soon.
Okay. Thank you.
Within 2 years.
Thank you very much.
And that's a lot of tax revenue and a lot of jobs right here. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? None? I'll close it. What's the pleasure of the board? So you're asking, this is it's for to adopt CIS, right?
That's right. So it's, basically staff recommendation to adopt the SEDS.
Okay.
And also staff recommendation.
Make a motion to adopt per staff recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Okay.
And Happy Hanukkah.
Number 33. County Counsel?
Yes. I wanted to update the board on litigation that was recently served on the county on December 6th. This litigation follows a whole line of cases dealing with vested retiree health benefits and to what degree those health benefits can be changed, including the payment of premiums can be paid, the contribution from the county can be paid after, changed after an employee retires. So basically citing one of the most recent cases, and to give the board kind of an overview, the vested rights, they can be either express or they can be implied when there's a clear intent to create such a right. The implied rights should not be inferred without a clear basis in contract or convincing extrinsic evidence. And the evidence must flow from a resolution or ordinance and clearly evince the party's intent to create a implied contractual right. One of the other newest cases, which has some very helpful language, says that subjective understanding of individuals as well as understandings communicated outside the approval process are not admissible as evidence of intent. So there's some very positive case law that's happened recently. But this most recent case is going to bring us into the fold of several other cases, including Orange County and City of Vallejo, to address to what extent our changes that we made for our retiree health contributions will be upheld by the court. The litigation basically seeks a number of issues, but I think the largest of what they're seeking is that the 100% of paid premiums at the rate and amounts that they perceive were promised at the time of retirement. They seek 100% of the premiums to be paid, and they seek the payments equal to the current employees. And they mentioned the two-tier contributions that we recently enacted from retirees that are over 65 versus under 65. So I'm bringing this to the board for discussion of which attorneys that we should retain on this case. I have 3 law firms for the board's consideration. They're all excellent law firms, and the board could go with any of them when feel comfortable with the law firm being able to handle the litigation. I'll start with Rennie Sloan.
Hold on, Barbara. So what you're saying is we had a couple of former employees sue the county.
Yes, 2 employees.
2 employees sue the county for what? For the county not paying 100% of their lifetime health insurance?
Yes. That they want their retirement contributions to be paid.
Be paid?
Yes.
Is it retroactive or moving forward?
Well, they're seeking to have invalidation of the 2016 resolution. So I think if the court found it, it could be retroactive to that time period where those changes were made.
Okay. So these are 2 of our former employees that used to work for the county.
Yes.
Okay.
One was confidential management, and one was a former department head.
Okay. And so they're suing us based that they're entitled to free health insurance for life. Right?
Basically,
that's
yes.
Bottom line.
Yes.
And that's what's at dispute at the moment.
Right.
Right. And there's been a situation in Orange County where it's gone all the way up to the Supreme Court and the Federal Appeals Court.
That's correct.
And at the end of the day, it's sided with the county, Orange County in this case. Okay. So you're asking us to that because of the nature of what potentially become a class action lawsuit, because I imagine there will be other retirees that would jump on board.
And certainly would benefit, yes. Yeah.
That you're asking us that we need to hire counsel that are experts in this, and any type of negotiations or any type of agreement, it's a bad news for the community. If we were to settle before go to court, right?
It would impact our ability to make the changes that we've done with OPEB. We have cut our OPEB liability to a great extent due to the changes that we have in capping our contributions, so that the future contributions that we do in the future is up to the board's discretion, which allows you to control the budget and also the OPEB liability. So that would have a big effect.
As of today, a single county employee pays a certain percentage of that health insurance, correct? Okay, thank you. And you're asking us to seek counsel for that?
Yes, I think we definitely need outside counsel. It's a litigation matter, and it has the potential for not only at the trial court level, it could also be appealed after the trial court level.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Munzer?
Barbara, these changes were made several years ago while we were still with CalPERS. These are not changes that were made with our change in health insurance provider.
Right, we were looking
CSAC.
at the statute of
So-
limitations. I
so
think
this-
it's still,
Yeah, so they have been paying this for several years.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You mean their portion?
Their portion, they've been paying it for.
We did
it's not,
cap
It's
it.
not something recent.
We did cap it several years ago,
Okay.
the contributions.
So it's been a while then?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Supervisor Patel?
Well, I think it's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. It not only hurts the community, it hurts our retirees, it hurts our current employees. Nothing stays the same, and unfortunately, we have to defend the county, of course. But what a waste of money! What a waste of money! And these there needs to be some major reforms with medical costs for everybody. But there's it's really too bad that it's come to this. And knowing both these individuals, I'm really sorry about this.
And the two individuals are named in the lawsuit, right? So that's open to the public, those two individuals. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Botello. It's a shame because any money that we do allocate to defend this case, it's money that we can give back to our employees or reinvest back in our community. I'm just not too happy about it. And I think that this item needed to be out in the open. And I'm happy that there's some of the members of the media here, and I hope they can write about it because it's very important. The public needs to know what these two individuals are trying to do. And it's very important that we express how the board feels about it. Okay. Do you have a recommendation on lawyers? Oh, Mark, you want to say something?
Yeah, just with that being said, I want to make sure we're clear that at no time was there any contractual agreements between the employees stating that they would receive free medical for life. Is that correct?
We're going to go back to all the previous resolutions way back into the 80s, but I do not believe that there is such an express intent in any of our resolutions.
Thank you.
But even if there are, through my research, only the pension is guaranteed. Anything else, OPIP, it's not. That's according to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, the federal level.
Well, that case says that theoretically that there could be implied vested rights, but they did not rule it in that case because it is a very high standard to meet.
Yeah.
So they would have to face a similarly high standard in this case too.
Okay, thank you. All right. Do you recommend some attorneys? Or?
Okay, so I have a recommendation, but I want to kind of explore just so the board knows, because the board could choose to do something different. Rennie Sloan is the premier law firm. They're have extensive experience in this. Art Hartinger, he was part of the Orange County case, and he was with Myers-Navi with that. Jonathan Holtzman and Charles Sakai argued the Vallejo case along with Eric Shiners. They are above reproach on their credentials. They came in at a quote of $150,000. Liebert Cassidy Whitmore is another well-known labor and employment law firm. Steve Berlinger was amicus on the Vallejo County case, and Eric Shiners was the third attorney that was part of the Rennie Holtzman and Sakai case on the Vallejo case. They came in at a quote of $80,000. And then Michael Colantuno's office came in with a quote of $60,000. They said $45,000 for pretrial. 60, even if I give them an extra, even if we have a little cushion there, 60 to 70,000 through trial. They have a labor and employment group. He's more nationally known on his tax and financing litigation, but he is an excellent trial attorney, and he's done excellent work for the county in the Award Homes case. I believe that the county could go with Michael Colantuno's office. He's a reasonable price on this one, and he's an excellent attorney. If the county wanted to go with the firm that has the most experience in this litigation, it would be with Rennie Sloan.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Medina?
I just want to make a comment. You know, I'm usually the one that goes to the very bottom, looking at dollar-wise. Everybody knows that. But just my opinion here is I'd rather go with the people that have won the case previously. I mean, I know they're a little bit more expensive. What I'm afraid of, if we take the lowest number, is going to get held up in court somewhere else, and it's going to be more hours, and it's going to be something different, and then it's just going to go to another court. So my personal opinion right now is with Sloan. They are the ones that they won the case in Orange County, I believe. Am I correct?
The attorney was part of that case, but
Yes.
he was with Myers-Navi at the
Okay.
time, but he switched over
Sloan,
to Rennie
okay.
Sloan.
Perfect.
And they were part of the Vallejo case.
Yes. Thank you.
Supervisor Metello?
No,
Supervisor Rivas? Okay, I'll support Mark's position too. So I think there's consensus to go with the.
Okay, so I'm going to bring back a
Renee.
formal contract at
Yes.
the next board's agenda, but we'll get them started on a 10, just to start the work.
Perfect.
Before
Okay.
the next board meeting.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, now we'll go to lunch, and we'll reconvene at 1:30 for public hearing. time we're going to Mexico. And we're not on the system, so they have to. Wow. 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 Pretty sad news when you're at the same company for a long time that you get emails from your counterparts. Oh, Mary's no longer working with us. Please send invoices to this person. Yeah. retooling process. Are we ready? All right. Well, reconvene back as the afternoon Board of Supervisors meeting. Now, we will have a public hearing as the assessment. The hearing will begin at 1:30 or soon after, as the matter may be heard by the Board of Supervisors. Tom?
Yes. These are Williamson Act applications. These went before your Ag Preserve Committee. The first application is a compatible use request. This is for Bergantino. This Ag Preserve consists of 533 acres. Contract number is 1308. It's part of a larger cattle ranch totaling 1,248 acres. It's located 21 miles south of Hollister on Highway 25. Applicant is requesting to construct a secondary dwelling unit for daughter and son-in-law who's going to help out on the ranch. Under a county ordinance, one dwelling unit shall be permitted if none exists. Additional dwelling units shall be limited to those necessary for the operation of the Ag Preserve. In this situation, the secondary unit is for the operation of the ranch and will take up approximately no more than 1 acre of land. The proposed use is incidental and not detrimental to the Ag Preserve. Your Agricultural Preserve Committee recommended approval of this compatible use request. Any questions?
Questions of the board? Questions of the public? None? Bring it back. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move per staff recommendation.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Thank you. Tom?
Okay. Next application is a lot line adjustment request. It's Winkle. The preserve consists of 800 acres under contract number 0903. It's a cattle ranch located on Cienega Road, approximately 11 miles south of Hollister. Applicant is requesting to an even exchange of 0.6 acres of land with an adjoining land owner, Josh Jensen, DBA Calera Wine Company. In 1975, Mr. Jensen planted the vineyard and accidentally encroached on the Winkle property. This is pretty much to clean up the 0.68 acres. Both the Winkles and Mr. Jensen have agreed to do an even exchange of property through a lot line adjustment. Under our county ordinance in section 1527, which talks about lot line adjustment, appears to meet the criteria for the code section. There's no increase or decrease in acreage, and your Agricultural Preserve Committee recommended approval of this lot line adjustment request. Any questions I can answer?
Hey, Tom, I got a quick question.
Yes.
More of a general question than anything else. Does the committee that oversees this, do they see if there's a potential for one to circumvent the rules to get around, in other words, like build a house there or do some other stuff that, as the current status, they couldn't do while doing an even exchange, they can do it? Do you guys look into that?
Yeah, well, this has nothing to do with...
I understand that. That's why I say it as a general statement.
Yes, we do. We look at all the different possibilities, and we inform them according to the code sections, the state code sections, and our county ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Questions? None? Okay. Public? None? Close it. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move per staff recommendation.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Thank you. Tom?
The last application is the division request. This is the Summit Ranch, LLC. The cattle ranch consists of 2 contracts, 1,724 acres, and 4,423 acres. Total acreage is 6,147 acres. The ranch is located 32 miles southeast of Hollister on Panoche Road. The request is to divide and relocate the ranch into 2 new preserves of approximately 2,505 acres and 3,642 acres. Meets the minimum acreage requirements. Cattle grazing ground is 160 acres. The income requirement is $3,500 per preserve. Your Agriculture Preserve Advisory Committee recommended approval of this division request. Any questions I can answer?
This doesn't extend of the life of the Williamson Act contracts?
These are just 2 contracts, and it's a family situation for state purposes, and they're just relocating the acreages. So you start with 2, you end with 2.
Okay, all right. Questions? Let me open up to the public, close it. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move per staff recommendation.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will go to closed session. County Council?
Closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure of litigation pursuant to subdivisions D2 and E2 of Government Code Section 54956.9, number of cases 1, facts and circumstance justifying closed session, potential of additional litigation regarding the master tax agreement currently being litigated in Ward Homes versus County of San Benito, case number 6 CU 15-00099, and BMC Promise Way, doing business as Benchmark Communities versus County of San Benito, case number CU 15-00056.
Any questions from the public? None? We will now go to closed session.